And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, von Falkenstein. Good morning, Darth Tyrant. Look, if they didn't want to die, they shouldn't have attacked me. It's very simple. That's the rule. Live and let live. So if you piss me off, you're dead instantly. Very simple. Look, it's not my fault that they're in my way, von Falkenstein. I have no problems letting them continue to exist while I mine things nearby them. But now, they have to die. It's very simple. Same general rule I have with bugs, actually. You get to live as long as you're nowhere near me, and don't enter the house. If you enter the house, well, then you need to die instantly. Well, Warcraft 3 Reforged isn't an MMO, Pika. And it was okay, it just wasn't good. It was Warcraft 3, but worse, is all that was. So yes, we are doing 5.1 because of a slight shift in schedule. We will still be doing the late stuff. Bug Pokemon are fine, they're not bugs. We will still be doing the other stuff, but that will be probably after this. Because I need to unlock Boja. Because, remember, we're not streaming tomorrow. As a reminder, we're not streaming tomorrow. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay. Yes, I conquered the entirety of the Mediterranean. Here you go, buddy. It should not include D&D, although tomorrow should be a... I don't know if we're D&Ding tomorrow. I've actually lost track since since Guido is still going through stuff. I guess, is tomorrow my D&D night? I actually don't remember. We need but combine the clay and the water and heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it'll be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. I have a question. In the event we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform it? Assuming they possessed with skill, yes. How can the others have suffered much, and I swear to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to be invoking it. Perhaps you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state combined with a strong desire to help them can drastically increase magic's effects, and you are plenty familiar with these people, more than I. I dare say there's few in all Norvent more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not right, Laura? Yeah, no, she's got this. She's got this. I'm not going to be a dick. We have the same mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar. We will be streaming Friday. Assuming it's my D&D night tomorrow, I will be streaming that. There will just not be the morning stream or the afternoon stream, because the doctor's appointment sits literally right in the middle of them, and I have no idea how long it's going to last.
I trust you've prepared the clay?
Green screen is intended to never come back.
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
We'll see, Omega Legion.
There we are. How's that?
Beautiful.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Oh, really?
Mother, I...
beginner, fledgling familiar have done well. My eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. I jump for joy if I wasn't so exhausted. I'm so close now, Halric. And you are even now in the process of, as you are now even in the process of discovering, the magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence this boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, to induce stagnation, thus enabling safe transport back to the source. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Bob said this: when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like someone tempered back in the source? Not really. It's the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases, or am I missing something? If I can master the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Yeah. Mr. Boo. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? You remember him? The Goblin? Titan? Titan 2? Or was it 3? We fight Titan too many times. The only difference being his soul was suffused with the earth aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there might be a chance we can save him. Right? Kobold, Goblin, what's the difference? Cute dude. Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound familiar. Yet there's much and more about his soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, as long as there's hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time needed to see it through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue treatment. Two of you should return to the Crystarium, see if you can make headway with the new positive theories. I would take a rest first, but I see you're not convinced. The fire of youth. Dude, I'm 38. Oh, you meant her. It's... I don't remember who that is. Miss Treble in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing. Nearly begged me to come find you. Sighing and pacing. Must be urgent. Damn it, Pilot Chaz, what are you doing? I take it I'll be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Bob. Becklug. Sorry for bothering you, but she says the future of Yulmar's at stake. Great! Okay, I'll line the explosives. I know these two dwarves who have a ton of them. And I'll have Rax strafe it in a mech. Hello, Rangers. Thank you, Pilot Chaz. Never and always. I'm not a huge fan of pizza, but really, that boils down to more the fact that I'm just really picky when it comes to pizza. You know what I mean? Like, bad pizza is just... And then normal pizza is... No, thank you. But good pizza... No. Actually, I haven't had pizza in a very long time. I think there's a deep dish place around here, now that I'm thinking about it. Favorite toppings? My generic favorite toppings are pepperoni, black olives, and jalapenos. Like that's my go-to standard if I don't have anything else in my mind. Do I like thick pizza? So I like deep dish as a preference. Real deep dish, as I like to say. You know, this thick, but all of that's toppings. You know, this is the bread, this is the toppings. But when it comes to like normal pizza, non-duck deep dish pizza, I prefer thin crust if I have a choice. I suppose I'm lying. My actual favorite toppings on pizza are rib meat. I mean, you could add other stuff, but that's the big thing. Get rib meat on there. Rib pizza. The reason I say that, though, is nobody offers that, right? Like, you never get rib meat pizza. But if you can... Ooh. Lady Chai's in the parlor. Let's go. Rib meat, jalapenos, and... I feel like there needs to be something else to that mix. Mushrooms, maybe? No. Tomatoes. Get some tomatoes on there. There you go. That's what I would go with. Not that that's an option. Anyways, to clarify for people who are still just pulling in, I've decided to finish 5.1, not because we're in the middle of it, although that's certainly part of it, but more to the point, because I need to unlock, make sure that I have Boja unlocked for tomorrow. Can we just burn this place to the ground? By the way, do you want to put that towards something real? Other than me getting a pizza later, by the chops. I mean, I can. I'll just need to order it before the lunchtime so it's ready to go for lunch, because I'm not going to take a break today, as usual. No, there's not out of the ordinary, but I don't see Chai. Ah, she's probably pacing outside, staring in the distance, sighing. Imagine as I'm walking, just fire is following in my wake here. This woman right here is the only reason I would consider sparing this city. That's not actually a joke. She's delightful. This place can go to hell.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
Well, you see, I ate him. Nah, he was a dick. We shoved him over the edge.
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
Told you. Over the edge.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
There's this thing called a council. You should look into it.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well, no one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
Okay.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished. without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Well, you don't want my opinion, lady. I'm not here for my diplomatic skill. I'm here for my giant gun.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
I'm not being harsh. I'm just saying. You don't want to hear my opinion on what's probably happened to him. Dead or worse.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Yeah, she's fine. We'll defend her. When I burn Yulmore to the ground, she will not be a part of that. Because I've played this game before, Sakta. Yes, he played the Nier raid and was just, his mind exploded. So, Pilot Shots, really quick. You want all your donations from all 3 games to go to that one game? First question. Second question. That's an early access game. I don't play early access games until they're out. Are you okay with that? So I suppose that's 2 yes or no questions, but whatever. Makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone must have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gates to compare notes later on. Yeah, exactly, Echo Legion. Don't worry, guys, we'll definitely review Star Citizen when it comes out. Interesting left, no one's ever tried. I'd probably say no, even if they did. Master Chai? Yeah, I spoke to him recently, although I, as I recall, was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry. You guys have industry? That's a good question. How do you produce anything here? Let's not talk about the world building. With Lord Vothry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave shortly thereafter. Up, I think? Yep, up and left. No. Too many stairs in this place. That ate we. Anybody here? No. Yeah, but Zuldazar lets me fly. You're right, though. Walking up and down Zuldazar on foot in real life, you would get in shape in like a week. Ain't that the truth, Omega Legion? I praise WoW, and will continue to praise WoW for many things, but that does not mean it does not have its flaws, and I will also not bash it, because that's not how that works. Believe it or not, you can dislike something in a thing and like something in a thing at the same time. I know, it's shocking. Let's get through here. Oh, okay. Okay. One thing that admittedly amuses me, and both WoW and FF14 share this exact same problem, you only unlock flying when you don't really need it anymore. Actually, I haven't decided what I'm doing with the shelves in particular yet, so I have to decide how the shelves are going to be before I decide what's going to go on them. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vothri, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that I blame you, of course. Without you or yours, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Also, Ranjit can go to hell. I think I gave him 3 negatives to this game. Across story and gameplay. Anyway, funding permitted, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers for the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions. Yes, that's what being a lord means. You have to defend your land. I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. As on that note, we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Yeah, in some cases it makes sense. I agree, Rax. Amuro being the obvious one. And in some cases, you really should have flying before you even walk in there. In my opinion. Like, I forget what it's called, but the place where the Warring Triad stuff happens. It all depends on what they've designed it for. This is one of my complaints about WoW Legion, because in Legion, the terrain was very clearly designed with flying in mind. Like, you could tell when they were mapping it out, they were thinking about you having a flying mount. And then then you didn't have flying at Legion's launch, and it really felt like some other person made that decision. Like, this team was like, okay, we finished the terrain, and this person's like, perfect, let's get rid of flying mounts. And this team's like, but we spent... Okay. Anyways. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from the Roit. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folks here don't want to survive, they want to thrive! When we heard that, he started mumbling to himself, something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was heading to Gatetown last I saw him. Well, I hope so, Zartef, but I suppose we'll get there when we get there. No, you're absolutely right, the Gonzo. Several specific developers have gone on record multiple times in multiple expansions that they want to delete flying from the game. I do not agree with that. But that's for personal and professional reasons, and is actually a pretty complex topic that I don't want to get into right now. Making a note here. I forgot to write down the hard space shipbreaker thing. I probably would have remembered, but I'd rather write it down than forget. And thank you for watching my show, Candyman. I've put that towards Mass Effect 1. There you are. How'd you fare? Have you learned anything which might have for a clue? Yeah. These clues. Making a zone for flight and land is substantially harder, I absolutely agree. I mean, for the same reason that designing most things like that is harder. You know, it's the Metroid problem, right? You have to design for the first time through and the second time through. Good backtracking. It's a similar problem. Anyways, he apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers outside of Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmar, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but where did he go after leaving the city? Yeah, by the way, fun fact, Pilot Shots, we turned up the bitrate yesterday, and then we had to turn it down. So Twitch caps the bitrate at 6,000. That's important, because that means that if you go over 6,000, which we did, Twitch automatically shoves you far below 6,000, and in fact kills your resolution and frame rate. So, we were having some issues yesterday, and thankfully someone pointed it out. Like, Valvatrix was the first one to point it out, but I sort of assumed it was just her internet, until 3 or 4 other people also were like, hey, stream's crap, and I'm like, what's it set to source? And we just kind of worked our way through that. But yeah, we are at 6,000 now. And everything should be nice and smoothed out on that end. Yeah, exactly, Omega Legion. All we know for certain is Master Chai has grown great concern for Yulmore, but the surrounding settlements. So we need to go find him. He's out there. Yep. Okay, let's go. And yeah, thankfully OBS records and streams completely as separate outputs, so... By the way, we're trying warm lighting today, because these lights can do warm or cold, so let me know what you think of warm instead of cold. It's a little weird from my perspective, but I can get used to it. Of course, it'll probably change once we actually have stuff on the shelves, and for that I need to decide what I'm doing with the shelves, and I also need to decide what I'm doing with the curtains. So that's because that's part of that equation. I wish I could get a custom curtain with my symbol on it. That would be awesome, but is unlikely, admittedly. It dives just kind of hanging out. He's actually going to be over here eventually. I've already decided his location. Well, what I'm thinking of doing, you know what I should do? It's just, not that I'm in a hurry or anything. These have just been such chill streams, haven't they? I apologize, everybody. Give me one moment. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We were talking about flight, and we keep talking about how WoW and FF14 need to steal more ideas from each other. But here's an idea. WoW needs to steal the exploration unlock from FF14, and FF14 needs to steal the unlock per account from WoW. Because once you have flying in an expansion, and that it's unlocked, you're done. You got flying. And that is awesome. And being able to run around and explore and do quests instead of having to grind rep for a month is awesome. So let's just merge these suckers, shall we? Not the first or last time I think both games can benefit from literally merging their ideas across each other. I'm not actually hanging up the thing right now, we're just doing a feasibility test. See how it looks, you know? That's why I feel comfortable doing this. It should only take me a minute. And now that I said that, that's going to take a very long time. Because that's how that works. Okay. That's strange. Let's try it out here. Come on. Really? Okay. Very strange. Alright. Let's mute the mic so you don't hear me hammer the wall. Another thing that FF14 could learn from WoW. Everything on the account side. Just everything. Plug in, the launcher, the in-game store, the out-of-game store, support channel, everything. Just such a pain dealing with anything to do with FF14 support. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistal gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to the promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life amongst the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now. We're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. China's, was it? I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. And now he's dead. Oh, nice, Justin. Which ones are you going to grab? Is he up? God dang it. Still one of the better scenes of the game right here. Not what you're seeing right now, what we saw back then. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town, did he? I see. Kai Shur and I gleaned much the same. He seemed determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain amongst the settlements of Kalusia. The only place likely left he has any to go is Amity. Come, before quick we might catch him. By the way, sorry, Zero, that you didn't get one. I mean, it's not really surprising, but it still sucks. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't, but I also don't understand what's currently keeping it up since, you know, we kind of dealt with that problem. Why is this music playing? Lore, Alphino, Kai Shur, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. Your wife sends her regards. Looking for me? Whatever for? I feel like I already answered that with my dramatic cock of the gun. I can do it again if you need. Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What blazes are you talking about? I left her a letter for her in her chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. When she gets an idea into her head... I can only apologize. No harm done. Since we're here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? Yeah, I was just thinking about this. Because... we were in the desert. And someone... he left. So picture the geography. We're down in the desert. He's in Yulmore. He leaves Yulmore. He has gone long enough for her to freak out. She sends the servant to the desert, and then we come from the desert to here, and in all that time, he's only made it up the cliff. And the funny thing is, though, that actually lines up pretty well, doesn't it? Because we have access to the crystals, and he does not. So he's walking on foot, and we're zipping all over the place. It's just interesting, because they probably actually thought about that. Anyways. And yeah, no airships in this particular area. And by area, I mean planet. Might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia, that much is true, but I am by no means the man to solve them. Alphino, you should take in charge. Look, I'm trying to go home, dude. Tackling our many challenges will require resources. Until I've secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here. I mean, the dwarves. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever it may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you, should he require convincing. Why Omega Legion? Okay, we all give crap to ARR, but that whole thing with the Crystal Braves was probably my favorite part of ARR. No joke. The stuff with the Crystal Braves and the Ul'dah intro. Those are my two favorite sections right there. Anyways, you can count on us. Star Destroyer reporting for duty. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. As long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's gone. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of replaying Master Alphino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You've got up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future. I know it! And I want to help, properly help, do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is, but I'll work on that on the way, if you let me come with you, that is. I mean, a good secretary is invaluable. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chuck. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to make the city thrive. Who is this man? Are you certain he's an Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. That lovely man. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They might be able to shed some light on the reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal, then. As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm certain he'd be willing to talk to us. And if not, I got a gunblade. What? It solves every problem! Alright, so first, now that we're not in a cutscene, thank you, Evil Clone, very, very much for the donation. Unfortunately, I've never heard of that game. So we need to, stop playing this game in order to go look up that game and see what it is. This is when we hit the stream brakes. Second of all, Pilot Shoss asked my opinion on Mass Effect Remaster. To be perfectly blunt, I don't think I have an opinion. But if you put a gun to my head, what I would say is we have so little information that we can't judge anything yet. And that's my opinion. Seriously. What do we know? They're coming out, and they're including the DLC. That's what we know. That's it. Everything else is the realm of rumor, speculation, and leaks. So, not a lot to comment on. Okay. I think I actually played one of these back in the day. Well, you got it, Evil Clone. I will go ahead and add this to the list, then. Sent a donation. Henry Stickmin Collection. Yeah, I forgot to... I just started driving with the emergency brake on. Yeah, we'll see, Turg. At this point, I'm not willing to put a finger on anything. The fact that it took them so long to even announce it, if you're paying attention, it was over a year before when the leaks and rumors went out, and they're like, hey, they're going to announce it soon. And then it was literally more than a year before they finally announced it. That's curious. Greetings, friend. Oh, by the way, you want my opinion? I don't think they're gonna change the ending to Mass Effect 3 at all. My opinion. Greetings, friend, and to you, Mr. Chai. I presume you're here to talk about Rendon. I couldn't help you overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, Vothri's gone. Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel and hoped that we could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated here, I quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of the past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear that you bear... Hang on. but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes and the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak to him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and not take no for an answer. Oh my gosh. About the Yawn Fest. It's a two-part thing. On the one hand, I am tired, but there's actually a much more important reason why I'm yawning so much. It's because I'm reading out loud. This happens every stream where I have to read the dialogue out loud. I need air, so I just yawn periodically. There's not a lot I can do about it. I don't yet have my cybernetic lungs where I don't need to breathe anymore, so I'm still working on that.
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Forthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Forthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vor-3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive.
No comment.
To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
And now back to me. Alright, particular issue you want me to resolve. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems that Yulmore now faces. I assume you'll agree, therefore, the matter of dwindling food is the most pressing. Yes, meal is being neither desirable nor sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. I'm trying really hard not to think about the world building, but how do they have anything? This is a post-apocalypse where they have, like, Texas, the size of Texas, left to them. How is that sustainable? Anyway, whatever, moving on. A man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve the food problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering my counsel. It's actually funny how many times in history that solutions and problems centered around food when it came to large-scale operations. There have been, well, I hesitate to say nations, kingdoms, whatever, that have risen and fallen because of food or lack thereof. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another of production. Also transportation and preservation. How are there a lot of fish in the sea? I'm sorry, I shouldn't think too much about it. I get it. Their physics are literally not our physics, and it's just, I keep banging my head into the wall of it. For the present, Yulmore coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. That would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served for a trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly find people willing to leave the city to take up the rebuilding effort. You did that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as an abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the people of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinos. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means. That's another thing. The Crystarium is a freaking paradise. Well, we talked about that when we first got there. I got there, and if you remember, it was the first thing out of my mouth. I was like, how is this place so awesome? Look at the bricks! Look at the inlays on the walls. How did they make all this? Anyways, moving on. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos. But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a steady supply of necessary equipment, people would starve before your plan could be put into effect. Well, as heir to the Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens the Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Well, the tower's presence here makes sense in its own unusual way. What's the name of his wife? I was just talking about her. Ah, never mind. Dulia, that was her name. I actually did write her down. Okay, she's already a positive. I just wanted to make sure. Moving on. Actually, Dulia and Chai are both a positive. So, there you go. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose we make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wanders the wilds of Kalusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required should be still at top rung. Come with me. Yeah, exactly, Valvatrix. I just wanted to make sure that I actually did give a positive for both of them, because they were cool even in the vanilla patch, or the non-patch stuff. They continue to be cool. I was actually thinking about it recently. Most of this stuff in this setting derives in one way or another from the Asians, but there's a couple of exceptions there. And I believe Omega and the Dragons are the two big ones. Am I misremembering there? Ah, the old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with dashedly potent insulating power, capable of halting the flow of ether in Talos. We need only get in throwing distance and let one fly. Thus disabling them without damaging. Ingenious. Yeah. It's called an EMP. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I've said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. And if things go wrong and you get ground into paste, then we're all dead. I mean, you're all dead. I'll be fine. Even if Talos isn't a threat, there's 101 other things that are waiting to make a meal out of you. That's as may be, Kaisher, but the Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. She doesn't say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs, but if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. This is a post-apocalypse, and that is how that works. Yeah, Ultima, you notice I deliberately didn't mention Ultima. Because she's... Unless you mean it. Because there's she Ultima and there's it Ultima. Anyways, it should go without saying I have no intention of dying for this. I've preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaisher says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass and look out for any beasts. So this is one of the new mechanics they added with Shadowbringers. I've actually seen this a couple times. In fact, there's a daily quest for the Pixies, which does this. Or not the Pixies, sorry. No, Pixies, I'm right. The Fae. Yep, I was right. Oh, I can't zoom on this one. Yeah, I was pretty sure I was thinking of that we were talking about Ultima, but I wanted to clarify. But yes, Ultima. The who knows what the heck she really was. Oh, did they, Rax? I believe you, I just don't remember. It's because Gunbreaker's actually good, by the way, Relatives. Yeah, it also doesn't hurt my hands to do it, unlike the Sid mini game in 9. Alright, let's get another one. Okay. The only thing I don't like about the Sid minigame is it literally hurts my hands, because it's very mashy. I suppose you could argue it doesn't have to be, you could just take your time, but you get my point. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. Boom! And he's dead. And they leave the next one to me. Doesn't count. It's not us. Okay, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. So, okay, guys, we've solved the labor shortage by enslaving golems. Sure. Yeah, Industrial Revolution. We did it! Monk was dead last. That's funny. What would I put as my least favorite class? I'd have to think about that. I'd actually put Ninja really far down, but that's because of lack of HUD indicators, to be honest. I'd probably enjoy Ninja a lot if this was WoW or had add-ons. That's true, we need more Necromancers in this setting. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. Yeah, that's how all my plans go. That's because Rogue has a resource problem in WoW. It is also my least favorite class in WoW, so, you know. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yilmor's food stores showed forethought and a sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be next mayor. I've actually been testing at Omega Legion since the new rig can do that. It looks nice, but it's one of those things that you wouldn't notice unless you're paying attention for it, or unless you see it side by side. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yilmor the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. Well, again, HUD indicators is the big problem I had with Ninja. And with several classes. Like, I hate to keep talking about WoW, but in WoW, like, if you get a proc, there's like a special graphic. No add-ons. It's just baked into the game. There's a special proc that'll be like, right here at the center of your screen. You know, this is now up. You know, stuff like that. Anyways. And I am also a confirmation clicker, and I'm not going to stop being a confirmation clicker. I have been a confirmation clicker for 20 years. Anyways, it would seem Yilmor's leadership is at last in capable hands. We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai, after you've tinkered with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick. Yeah, in 14 you get the dotted yellow line, exactly. I am kind of hopeful they will add that feature, because WoW didn't used to have that. WoW baked... Originally, you needed an add-on to do that in WoW, and over time they baked that into the default client. So I'm kind of hopeful, you know. Oh.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
Alright, guys. Time to burn it to the ground. What? Fine, we won't burn Yulmore to the ground. Just because of the Chais, or the Nuzzes, or whatever their damn names are.
Hmm? What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
I was gonna say, 3 golems could build quite a bit.
Stay back, all of you!
Although it'd be more mass scale things. You couldn't build a replicator with a golem, but you could build a house.
Is that... Darling, you're back.
Oh,
But
what
of course
a man.
I'm back. You didn't see. Dearest, I can't.
And he's dead. Okay, I'm morbid, but that would be very funny if she literally did kill him right there. Like, if he was actually dead. That's the end of Yulmore, right there. Well, that was all for nothing. Well, everyone should move out of Yulmore, because they're screwed. He's literally healing him. Alphino literally is healing him.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Uh-oh. He's gonna die again. Alphino, you got those heals ready?
Dearest, please!
In the background, Alphino's just like... while she's hugging him, just... Okay, I'm having trouble keeping up. Oh, gosh. I'm fine, I just need a moment. Thank you for finding my husband. I confess I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear, sweet man. He's going to make the most wonderful mayor, if he can walk inside of a week. I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. Yeah. Sorry I wasn't much help. Still, I didn't have to cut my arm off this time, right? Quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it'll be much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai may make his inaugural address. Plus the story, by the way. Probably don't need to make the point. No need to fret, Laura. I've never felt better. I'm not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, there's only one place. That would be the Emergent. I'll go and spread the word amongst the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble to meet the new mayor. You there, Kai Shur, was it? Go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts. Of course. Elephant! Good lad. Where did you get that? I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend. Oh, me, right. Assuming he's available. Might as well see it through the bit of the end, huh? Yeah, sure. 1, 2... Do we count the Alliance Omega Legion? Because we kind of ended the war between the city-states, you know? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that thing is bigger than my armor. My Magitech mecha. God, elephants. Yeah, it's probably faster to just warp. That's true. We failed to remake Uldah's government. We tried. Hey, SJ. Good morning, Mock Walker. Still working on it, but thank you. Mr. Chai told us to expect you. Go in, go in. Like the one guy in armor back there.
Go on, dear.
Or else I'll hug you. You wouldn't want me to hug you. Okay, I'm memeing a little bit, but I gotta be clear. I have given Dulia and whatever his name is 2 positives to story. And I stand by that. They are delightful NPCs. It is Chai. I'm right. It's Dulia and it's Chai. I just want to be clear about that. I'm not joking. These 2 characters are fantastic.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? 'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become.
Okay, first thought, you see that golden plate which has gems in it? Maybe do something with that other than just have it sit there and be a waste of everything.
Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future.
Also, you have a giant golden mug with a ruby encrusted in it immediately next to your wife there. Another just random thought.
However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
Especially that one jackass's father. You remember him? He didn't even have a name, if you remember. They didn't give him a name. It was just like opulent gentleman or something like that. Remember him? Physical quest or physical DPS quest.
But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Not a good crowd reaction. I was gonna say, that's not the reaction you want from your crowd. What is she wearing? Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, that's true. It's FF14. They had the netcode problem. They /clapped like 2 seconds ago. But until the telegraph of clapping has actually finished, the clapping animation doesn't start. But they've been clapping for the last couple seconds. Now work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did reminds me why I fell for him in the first place. The city of final pleasures, they used to call this place, back when the world was ending. But now I hope it'll become the city of new endeavors. Oh-ho! Seeing everyone together like that, it was beautiful. And I didn't have to cut off my arm. Fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Well, not mine, but... I'm kidding. He's cool. I gotta rib you. Stirred to action, I hope. If I've learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. We must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism in the very stone upon which this city stands. I thank you. Will suffice. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you've officially taken office, have you given thought to your mayoral seat? Whatever. We will not be moving into the emergent years. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. Yeah, actually, the emergent would probably be a pretty good council chamber. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai. Have you got time for a word? What? No, I don't want to restart the computer. Hang on just a second. If I suddenly go offline, it's because Windows 10 problems, alright? Hang on. One moment. Okay. Ahem. Hathen? That's me! I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. And who more who are counting their crumbs. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help to set things in motion. Well, then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than work begins. I suppose I brought it on myself. Thank you again for your help, Laura. I hope to see you again before long. Likewise. Since I can travel between the planets at will, who knows? Maybe I'll see you again someday. I mean, a restart would literally only take me like 2 minutes, because I'm on an M2 on a death machine. I could officially call my computer a death machine again, because this thing is a monster. But anyways. I sense we have a great deal to consider. Such as PD Bar. Without PD Bar, we cannot accomplish this. I had resolved to remain until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it seems the city is in capable hands. Yeah, you notice how we're cleaning up. We're cleaning house, which means, narratively speaking, we probably are going to head back, and the narrative's probably going to shift back to our world. Which is fine. I'm totally down for that. We still need to clean up with my evil twin. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Urianje. And the Fae. And what other threads have we left dangling at this point? I feel like I'm missing one. Because we're cleaning up that with Alice. We've cleaned up that with Alphino. Thancred isn't doing anything that I'm aware of. Let's chat the helm. If only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Yulmore. Yay. Everything's changing. Paradise is gone, but a better place is taking its place. Not this Yulmore for the people. Master Chai's been going on about how it ain't gonna build itself. Not after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way, though. Help keep change for the better. A nobler dream than the one I clung to, and one I'm happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I'll pray for your success. Alright. Let's get this. That's right, Thancred's out with Eden. You're right, you're right. You're right. Reen's out with that, too, isn't she? What the heck is this? Where did this come into my inventory? Whatever. Truly, to see Kaishir inspired by our actions is inspiring itself. Yet, however much I wish to stay and... yeah, let's go back. Meanwhile, Megalovania is happening. Uh-oh. Ishtola has discovered something horrifying. That thing is... They're all dead! No! It all makes sense in the end. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmar. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, accepted the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you'll see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Aura site was ill-suited for our purposes. But Urianger, did you not say that compared to the messy souls of an Ascian, the souls of the stone could house one of ours with ease? God, just... That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did but belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Auracite doth require. Thus, in the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the surfeit of aether which comprises them, we would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Auracite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice the souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transferred together. This is just... Can we just get some portal magic going? Like, really, really high-level portal magic? We are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I couldn't help be reminded of a technique for which I have personal experience. Lore, you recall what we learned of my eyes from the encounter with Doga and Une? Wasn't that like centuries ago from your perspective? I speak of the royal eye of the Ilagan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Ilagans. It is by this gift I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we are able to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Ilagans were able to accomplish this transference, then perhaps we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with worldly memory, but bountiful energy of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever so it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it's best that Lore return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tatara will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigations of the Empty. Please do. Should we need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataro, will you? I'm just picturing that castle. Yeah, hang on, guys. The blue portal shows up, and then they teleport to, here. It's alright, hang on. Orange portal. I prayed the link to our bodies in the world would endure a little while longer. Yeah, I mean, their bodies are only rotting, basically. We will unlock the secrets of the Ilagan Eye and see the others returned home. There was a time when I thought these eyes were cursed, But for what they have enabled me to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. And with the benefit of our combined knowledge and the aid of the First's leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. No, you're all going to die. Sorry. And there's no afterlife. There's no after death, really. You're just kind of gone in this setting, so have fun. Beck Lug insists we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea and perhaps a vanilla tart. Do those things even eat? Do they need to? Oh god, no Afterlife expansion. We already had that in another game. It's actually really, really good from what I've seen so far. I'm only in the second zone, but this is I don't want to talk about WoW right now, but Shadowlands is zigging every way that BFA zagged, you know what I mean? Still like that armor. The jailer, well, like I said, I don't want to get too much into it, Remedies Exion, but it's been really, really good so far. Like, I'm trying to think how to explain it. If BFA was a buffet which has 2 or 3 good items in it, so far Shadowlands has been a 4-course banquet. There we go. That's how I'll explain that. So far. I'm only in Zone 2. I haven't had a lot of time to play it. I've been doing this thing. How'd everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. You should take... This is going to be a long cutscene warning. Is this a voice actor cutscene?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hey!
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Well, we sort of helped found a nation. Don't you do that every other day? Shut up.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Wait, who's this loser? I like that armor so much more than Dragoon armor.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Look, no offense to anyone who likes Dragoon armor, but Dragoon armor has always been way too over-designed for my tastes.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose.
Oh, also Xenos is back.
It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. but his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
As I say, we've been sitting on that I've been sitting on that cutscene for about 1.5 years now. In fact, I think it literally ended right here. With that flash. Speaking of over-designed armor. Yeah, Krile was echoing too. It's a nice little touch. I've seen him as action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this will suffice. Come then. Yeah, Estinian is not exactly a weakling, in lore. Okay, that is actually cool. Give you that one, game. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Yeah, I'm with you, Gaius. Can we have anyone other than Xenos? Whatever his lore was barely a match for him, if we stay here much longer. Okay, I'll give you that, game. I like how we're a measuring stick, you know? Emperor Varus. Varus? Varus? Your Radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Radiance, no! Who's Julia? Ah, must even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Oh, those two twits. Why can't you do that, Rax? Any bright ideas? Just one. Nice shot. Well, good job, twits. Intruders have taken flight. I repeat, intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available magic attack armor. We cannot let them escape. Damn it, Xenos. Okay. I barely know Dragoon, I'll be honest, so this should be interesting. I'm guessing it's oversimplified like Mr. Black Mage was. Like the scorpion armors, don't they? Not that I'm complaining. I mean, I also fought that thing in a completely separate game twice, so God. Well, I mean, if you think about it mathematically, that lines up, Cashel, since we're 9 people. Your skills. Well. We should split up. Alright then. I'll take the low road. Why would the Dragoon... Okay, whatever. Dragoon should take the high road. Come on. Oh, whatever. There comes the lawnmowers. Decent time for it. Hopefully we'll have some voice acting soon. Justinian and Gaius are legit. I'm with it. Oh well, someone's been busy. You would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come on, come, Nidhogg. Lend me your strength. Well, they have to control it somehow, Pilot Chas. Hell of a weak point, though, if you think about it. Oh, my bar changed. Sorry, hang on, hang on. Haven't much time. I said ready the beta data bat. Oh my god, battle data, damn you. Now loading data sample 14. would say so, CyberXL, and I imagine several people would agree with me. Like it or not, the last good FF, truly good FF in my opinion, was back in like 2008 or whatever. When did 12 come out? 10? Something like that. It's been a bit, that's what I'm trying to say. Everything after that has been asterisky. Don't mistake me. There are aspects I like about several of the 13s and 15. But a truly good FF? That was 12. It's also worth noting, Coperon, I don't know if you've seen my review on 12, I gave that game a lot of negatives. It is a very flawed game. But I am still willing to put it into the great category. A flawed masterpiece, I believe is what I called it. It could have been amazing if they let them finish it, but, you know, whatever. But I like jumping better, Omega Legion. I have a jump! Why wouldn't I use the jump? Will be boring. Garleans and their Machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? I am very curious what 16 is going to turn out like. I really am. No hopes, no dread, just curious. At this point, it could be anything on the spectrum, from good to bad. So who knows?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
I don't know, interplanetary transport doesn't really bother me as much as body hopping.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Power struggle.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
No, I have work to do. And by work, I mean Bojin Front, which is the next thing we're going to be working on. You must be shattered after all the hopping back and forth between worlds. Not really. It only costs me 1,000 gil each time I do it. I want to stay here and rest a while. I'm sure Beklug can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Oop. That is the exact quest which will unlock Boja. I know because I actually was checking this morning. Unfortunately, or not, we have another cutscene. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Traitors! You would dare defy Lord Nerva the throne? Excellent civil war. The messiest and most interesting type of war. In fiction, in real life, civil wars suck. Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! As I say, this is probably going to be a Warlord scenario. Just like happened in the Galactic Empire over in Star Wars. Palpatine's dead. Well, I'm an admiral. I got a fleet. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse? Why is that funny? That Hugh, your soul is... Who are you? I'm a mysterious character, obviously. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost and in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Dun dun dun. To be continued. Meanwhile, in Yulmore. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Yeah, meanwhile, Civil War in Yulmore. No! Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks. They're looking for laborers. They talk of resettling the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying free Talos to anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? Better get packing. Skyrim joke. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. How about food? It's the most evil character of all. Dun dun dun. So long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Dun dun dun. It is my destiny to see our dreams refilled. Rebuild? Rebuild? Whatever. But anyways. I hate to be inefficient about this. For narrative purposes, we'll stop trying to be efficient, because that wasn't working out yesterday. No, actually, I want to go here, don't I? So several people were telling me I could Aethernet to the beach. I couldn't this morning. Let's see if I can now. Nope. So, we shall manually walk over here. It is exceptionally dated, CyberXL, but the graphics aren't really the issue. The graphics are fine. The rest of it has issues. I'll have to grab all the Aetherite to do it. That's how much I care about that. Alright, so there should be a quest over here. Yep, there it is. Yep, that quest is not here this morning. Hey! Good to see you, my friend. Though it came at great cost, I'm pleased to say Master Geralt has succeeded in reforging the weapons of Gunhild's blades. I got one on my back, dude. Indeed, the Queen's illustrious god has at last been reborn. When the deed is done, word spread quickly to every faction of the Bojin resistance, as we'd hoped. It is reaffirmed their resolve to press on and see our home restored to glory. In fact, our troops have already reclaimed Uchia's Aegis, an outpost in the Bojin southern front. When you're ready, I would ask you to make to the front lines. Okay. WoW actually had 2 upgrades over the years, and to say that WoW runs on Warcraft 3's engine is kind of inaccurate. That's like saying Skyrim runs on Daggerfall's engine. it's true, but it doesn't really get across the information needed. Ah, Blade Runner. Oh, right. Blade Runner. I've been expecting you, if you'll come with me. No, plural is correct, CyberXL. Yes, Mr. Red. That's not actually a joke. Okay, so the rules of engagement on the Boshan Southern Front are different than what you will have encountered before. The following pages contain explanation. Level sync. Yep. Resistance rank, which is the new experience bar. Rank, yep, new experience bar. Upon successful completion of an operation, you will gain experience points in addition to metal. This will be applied to your job as normal. I don't know what metal is. More information is available. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, peace. I just realized I'm the wrong class. Hang on. Oh, I can't do it as a dancer yet. Urgh, that's irritating. That's 2 separate leveling things I can't do because I'm stuck in the 60s with dancer. God, I hate 60 to 70 in this game. Anyways, whatever. Beg pardon, Blade Runner. Might I speak with you for a moment? It concerns Master Geralt and the Resistance weapons. I presume he's already explained the method by which Gunhilder's blades refine their weapons, that being combat with formidable enemies. Master Geralt and Zlatan intend to employ similar methods to enhance Resistance weapons, but they have hit something of a stumbling block. To make matters worse, Master Geralt, for reasons he has refused to explain, will offer no suggestion on how they might proceed. Try as he might, Zlatan cannot convince him to expound on his thoughts, and quite frankly, we're at a loss. But yes, I know it's 71 plus. It's just 60 to 70 is such an aggravation for leveling in this game, and has been for some time. That's all. I want to complain about that because god damn it. Once I hit 70, the leveling smooths out substantially. Or 71, I guess. Might we prevail on you to acquire after Master Geralt? Yeah, sure. Yeah, funny fact, I've never successfully gotten into Heaven on High. You're probably thinking, what? Why? Well, because there's a queue to get in, and it has never popped for me. Not once. So I technically haven't even done Heaven on High. I've unlocked it, but I've never actually been in. It's you. I know what you're thinking, but don't you go believing whatever nonsense they've been spouting about me work. Everything's going according to plan. He told me much of the same, and I believed him too, at first, yet he refuses to speak to me of this supposed work. Should I take my eyes off him for even a moment, a mug of ale will surely find its way to his hands. I have not, CyberXL. 1 to 50 was kinda crap. Well, 1 to 30 was okay-ish. 30 to 50 was kind of boring, but was smoothed out substantially by squadrons. But I haven't done anything since then. Like, that was back in the early Stormblood days when I pushed everything to 50. Anyways, where would I keep this ale? Behind the forge, in the palm tree next to your tent, the ammunition's depository. Anyone with a nose can tell where you put back a few. Shows what you know. The ale in the ammunition's depository was shipped with the rest of to the front line. Could knock them back if I wanted to. Ah, it's a shame, Revenue Zexion. Lest you forget, I furnished an entire squad of soldiers with them resistance weapons. Don't you think you're being a wee bit demanding, breathing down my neck for more bells and whistles? There's trouble enough forging them in the first place. Without me muse... You finally reached your limit. Wow. Oh, shut your mouth. You ain't even but scratched the surface of my talents. Not my fault the inscriptions are proven so difficult to refine. On top of that, they're getting in the way of the other improvements I might want to make. Trouble is, they're what really give the weapons their teeth. The design, the materials used to forge them, that's mostly for show. If you want your weapons to have more kick, the magic on the inscription needs to be more potent. Hey! true with a lot of settings. A stick with a +5 stick is probably more useful than a non-magical longsword. I'm just saying. That is a curious predicament. How do we get a voice act this cutscene with all the people going right outside your window? You can use a crystal focus. Doodads the Seers used. Oh, the Bojans use crystal for every damn thing to do with their memory, even keeping memories of fighting techniques. That reminds me, we recently received a most interesting report from Gunhilder's Blades. Since taking the Resistance weapons to hand, they have come across peculiar crystals in the field, quite unlike anything previously discovered. That could be what I'm looking for. There's no reason to believe they couldn't use crystals on weapons, right? I'd wager my last flagon of ale, the Bojans use crystals and their memories of battle to strengthen the enchantments. Well, maybe too soon to jump to conclusions. It warrants investigation. Exactly, and my hunches with weapons are never wrong. Yeah, I'm still farming light for you, bastard. I'll see if I can find a way to make these memories into my plans. In the meantime, you two gather crystals. Okay. I'm just saying, a +5 Vorpal stick? Thunk! And that's game. Alright, okay. Sorry, they were right outside the window there. I believe that's it. Mayhap be. I know, Steve, but the class I want to level is 65. I was just complaining about that. Shrug. To be fixed. Still working on it. Still working on it. We are rank junk. I suppose I could actually play Paladin. Because that, I mean, it is a 70+ quest, so sure. Why would I be a healer? I don't need to level my healer. Glad you could join us, Blade Runner. That's not going to stop being funny. And not a moment too soon. Allow me to introduce Gunhilder's Blades. Edge Masters, High Mage Zevin, Master of Flames, Fury of its... Okay, this is cute. I don't like playing Paladin in this game, that's all to go to. It's a good class that's very boring. We've talked about this already. You probably weren't here for that yesterday. We talked about it for a while. Okay. As I say, what abilities don't I have right now? So I wouldn't have Intervene. Which, no, I guess I already had Intervene. What? What is that? Did they mess with my bars? Yeah, but like most of the like my macros are still there. But I shouldn't even have that ability. It's a 76 ability. And yet it's exact so Atonement, did Atonement replace Riot Blade? I'm just gonna check my traits. Riot Blade then. What do they do to my... I'm confused why this is on my bar, is really what this boils down to. Because it shouldn't be on my bar, especially not there of all places, because that's where Riot Blade should be. Except now Riot Blade's on 2? Yeah, shift it down. Alright, what's this? Yeah, but it shouldn't be in G, it should be in 6. But 6 is empty. This is my confusion. They usually fill out this bar, not this bar. At least in my experience. But whatever. I might have Remedies Exion, because that is something I used to do, is I would look at the whole build. Like, I would sit here at, like, level 50 or whatever, look at everything, and determine where the abilities would go in advance. So it's entirely possible I added it back in the day. Where's the holies? Those are under V, right? Yep. And then... so that would make that button right there. Yes. And then... what's... that's the... yep, that's the cone. And then that's my charge. Because, yeah, I noticed Intervene is exactly where it should be. So I think you're right, Remedies Exxon. I think that's what I did, is I sat down, figured out where my abilities should be. Oh, I do have it on B. So that... maybe I really did go through and set this up in advance. The more I'm looking at this, this looks exactly like what my hotkeys should be for abilities I haven't had yet. So I'm level, like, what am I level? 74, yeah. Wild. Alright, whatever. Alright, so let's see what this is, because I don't know this icon. Tutorial guy. Got it. What else we got here? Atonement. Which one's Atonement? Ah, yes. Atonement is G. Part of my regular rotation. It's right there. Just give me a second here. For this. It might need to be F. Hang on. Yeah, it actually needs to be... well, I could... yeah, no, I'm right. I'm right. It should actually be that way. So... this... this... sorry, I'm re-remembering Palette. It's been a little bit. It's been a year and a half. Get 3 of those. Yep. And we do these. 1, That looks cool. That is a cool looking ability. One of the things I always loved about the sword mages in Final Fantasy Tactics was the appearance of their abilities. I'm gonna hate myself if I start liking Paladin now that I have it at 80. Although that would make my point, wouldn't it? That would perfectly make my point, wouldn't it? About how, you know, that's a problem with this game, where the classes don't really be themselves until they're, you know, max level. Or in some cases, like, because there's different set points per class, right? Because some of them become good at 50, some become good at 70, or 73, or 80, or whatever. I don't think there's an easy fix either. The hard fix is a total ability restructuring, which is what WoW did several expansions ago, back in Legion. They sat down and said, okay, hang on. They looked at all their abilities, and they distributed way more earlier on. And then they were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and have these ones be the ones that flesh it out over time. And they didn't just give you more abilities early on, they gave you more mechanical abilities early on. Whereas they gave you more variance abilities later. And that's a very complex and complicated thing to do. So I understand completely how much work that would be. This needs to move. There we go. What's my bar? What does my bar do? Oh, that's for this crap, which I almost never use. Alright. Let's rock. Let's do it. Am I even properly geared? No. Hang on, let's just equip up here. I'm still in combat. I was gonna say Sheltron. Isn't this Sheltron? No. Where's Sheltron? Why is Sheltron not on my bar? It should be right there. Where's Sheltron? Is it macroed? Hang on. Sorry, just give me a second here. No, I guess it's not. There. Yeah, no. Where's frickin' Sheltron? Where do I want to give that? I want to put that here, I think. But then that means I have to change this. But that's okay, I'll move that there. Perfect. So then we've got Sheltron there, and then we've got this on this ability, or this bar. This is still the coolest looking ability in the game, by the way. I don't even care. It's not that useful, maybe? I don't know. I don't actually know how useful that ability is, but it's very, very cool looking. Still stuck in combat. Oh my god. Oh, you mean this thing? No? You mean this? There we go. That's what you want me to do. There we go. Yeah, in previous circumstances, I just ran away far enough, and that was sufficient. So. But you're right, I need to go over here first, looks like. Like the dummy at the house, I just walk away. Long leash radius? Interesting. What is this, EverQuest? Anyways, Castrum Legislator, to use the Garlean moniker. The quests are the main reason we're doing this on camera, by the way. I'm not going to do the full grinding on camera. Duh. That'll probably be tomorrow's objective. True name is Almaruk, which means eagle in Bojun, as they too once made their home on these mountains. To our people they are a symbol of strength and good fortune, both of which were sorely needed when the Empire first invaded. But we needn't dwell on past failings. Now we have a chance to reclaim what is rightfully ours. To remind the people what we stand to gain, I have chosen to call this initiative Operation Eagle's Nest. Like the Great Eagle, we must strike hard and swift, and so with you at our side, I have no doubt we will see this to a glorious end. Also, Paladin armor looks cool. That's a benefit. Before you rush into battle, I believe Makoto wished to discuss the crystal focus with you. Good tidings, perhaps? Probably not. Rank 8 for Castrum, if memory serves. I could be wrong, of course. Rank 10. My bad. Ah, Lore. Hi. I'm rather exciting news to share. As you may recall, the energies of the crystal focus were spent on our exploration of Cid's memories. After careful analysis, we have concluded it can in fact absorb ether in a similar fashion to the aurosite we recovered in Ivalice. This assumes, of course, we have suitable sources of energy. Did I write those down? I'm sorry. I know I stopped in mid-sentence. I wrote those down somewhere. Did I write them down in here? Did I write them down anywhere? Probably not. Oh, what was the other one? Last night I thought of 2 more positives for the game. In the shower, while I was getting ready for the end of my night. I remember one of them, which I was just reminded of, which I'm going to go ahead and give right now. There was one to gameplay, though, and I don't remember it right now. Whatever. Moving on. I wrote it down somewhere. Therein lies the problem. Crystals bearing such a specific ethereal signature are quite rare. We can never hope to amass such quantities needed. We are to locate ether current of the correct frequency, however. Charging the focus would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, such circumstances exist only in regions of Boja rife with Imperials. It's an interesting move, Omega Legion, but it makes sense. It's the same reason you kind of want that for most MMOs, really. You don't want people to play vanilla and then get tired of the game and walk away, right? Mikoto wished to wait until the fighting died down, but as I explained to her before, time is a luxury we can ill afford. I'm sure you understand better than anyone that bloodshed will only cease when a victor is decided, and the death toll is climbing higher on both sides. The horrors of this war weigh heavily on the hearts of our people. A burden which could be eased were we to employ the crystal focus, healing wounds not of the flesh, but of the mind. Plans to locate an ether current are well underway, but I suspect your help would see them expedited. Might we ask your assistance in this endeavor? It is possible we will not do Castrum. To be clear, I am not committing to it. But the intent is to attempt. We will see. Sorry for interrupting, but a few of our soldiers wish to have a quick word before you depart. I expect their intelligence will prove useful when you're in the field. I appreciate your willingness to help, but must you always place yourself in such peril? I'm sorry, I understand you only do what must be done. We all have our roles to play, and I promise to fulfill mine as best I can. Stay safe out there, won't you? Speak with Resistance Secretariat to learn more about battle on the front. Okay. I'm sorry, I want to do one thing real quick. This will not take me long. Just want to take a picture. There we go. Picture taken. Save it over to the side. Walk away from it for now. Alright. I believe... Yep, now I can... Yep, nope, I'm wrong. One more quest, maybe. 50 more quests. Blade Runner. A moment, if you would. I serve as a war historian for the Bojan Resistance, and Marsoc tells me you may be able to help in my work. I needn't to tell you how the atrocities of war can wear on a soldier. By the way, stuff like this is why the term runner is something I'm slowly starting to think of myself more as than lore. So if you guys want to start calling me Runner, I'm totally cool with that, I'm just saying. As such, it can become increasingly difficult to find one of sound mind and body who can accurately recount their experiences in the battlefield. For a hardened warrior such as yourself, I suspect keeping account of the foes you faced would prove a rather trifling task. Yeah, that's actually kind of where that got started, because we couldn't call both of us Lore, so now we're Runner. That's not to say I expect a detailed record of every interaction, mind. If you should trade blows with any notable figures, however, I would hear of it. All information gathered from the Battle of Boja will ultimately be compiled within my field records. Here you may use this note to take note of any memorable encounters in the field. That sounds like do fates to me, but whatever. I realize the burden this places on you, which is why I'll see to it personally. You are duly compensated for your efforts. Collection expanded. Field record acquired. Following completing certain quests, skirmishes, and critical engagement, you'll play a sheet for notes. These notes can be used for something that I missed because I entered too quickly on accident. Hang on, what was that? To add entries to the field record. Okay, nothing good. Any unused notes can be exchanged for various rewards by speaking with the Resistance historian. It's all fate? Always has been. A parting word of advice, if I may. While there's no telling what you will face on the southern front. Dimitar? God, I don't know. Dimitar over there might be able to assist you in finding worthwhile battles for our field record. One of these days, nobody will call me by Arsh, and that will be a glorious day, Kay. Hang on, I was wrong. There's another quest. Excuse me, 300 metal. Do I care about metal? Greetings, Blade Runner. I take it you'll be soon joining the others on the southern front. Though my duties have kept me for... Okay, metal is exp. Got it. Sorry, I thought metal was currency on top of exp. Though my duties have kept me here for the most part, I have heard tell of the carnage wrought in battle by enemy soldiers in the Warmog. I'm sorry, hang on real quick. Is it account metal or is it class metal? Because that's important. I just want to be clear about that. Indeed, the Imperials often wait to have their intended target be weakened before sending troops to deliver the final blow. Yet for all their cunning, they are remarkably predictable. Lest you suppose you destroyed one of their war Machina and the enemy receives word of your victory, they would no doubt assume the effort has left you exhausted, perhaps even badly wounded. A perfect opportunity to send reinforcements and overwhelm you. But what if, unbeknownst to them, we prepared for the arrival of these additional troops? It would be an opportunity to further diminish their ranks. You lose metal on death. Oh, cute. I would ask you to venture out into the battlefield and fell 2 4th Legion Nimrods and 2 4th Legion Slashers. Should they send reinforcements, there will be no element of surprise to favor them. By defeating War Machina, there's a chance in critical engagements. Victory in critical engagements increase you metal and give you spoils. Should you happen to possibly critical engagement join, you can participate by selecting the mission via the Resistance recruitment window. Oh, you can't level down. Okay, so at least that's something. EverQuest. Okay, I think that is actually it. Oh, by the way, you know how long it's been since I've been on my Paladin? This is the mount I have equipped. I suppose I should fix this. Dude, EverQuest... If you love EverQuest, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's a PvP mount, this one. It costs wolf marks, I believe. Okay. Let's see how much I can remember this. Oh, right. There we go. Yep, this game does in fact have PvP. Yes, I know I'm screwing up my rotation. Shut up. Still getting used to it. Explosion cluster. I don't know what that is, but it's mine. All mine. Is it there, or is that a currency thing? Oh, it's an okay, so it's not an inventory. That's important because I have kind of a disjointed inventory because I'm kind of in the middle of several things. So I want to make sure that I don't lose it. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, I did too, S.A. Ross. Necro. Ah, you returned, and none worse for wear, I see. I expect that's more than we can say for any Imperials who crossed your path. But enough about them. I wish to ask you if you noticed any peculiar crystalline objects in your time on the battlefield. Bosian clusters, we call them. The Bosia incident wrought a most unexpected change in the land, which we believe is what caused these clusters to appear. Our quartermaster would have any samples we can find to further study this phenomenon. Yeah, getting nuked from orbit will do that to you. Oh god, Bosian clusters are totally going to be Tiberium. We haven't much yet, but I'll see. She's resumed. Time to buy a hairstyle, which I will probably not use. No, Omega Legion. We're going to be starting 4.4 pretty much as soon as we hit the grind point. Considering all you've done to help us so far, I'd say you've more than proven your mettle. He's certain to want to hear about all you've done out there. Mettle. That's true. Best character in the game will be back for 2 cutscenes. So, what's this quest? Ah, this isn't actually a quest. Your resistance weapon is now available. Okay, oh, it doesn't let me see what it looks like. It's also 150 clusters. What's the mount? That thing? But I have my mount. Oh, it's the... I was gonna say, that sounds a lot like the construct, and I think... I'm almost positive I've seen someone in that. Yep. Nope, I've seen someone in that. I saw someone that, last night on the front line. There was someone using that mount. Okay, so I think... Well, no, hang on. We've got another quest. Hang on. That's an interesting hairstyle. I'm not doing that. You've come at a good time. I have a rather interesting report. We confirmed relics we confirmed once belonged to Gunhilder's blades. It was long believed the Queen's Guard possessed crystals, with which they stored the knowledge of their fighting techniques, and this discovery has removed old doubt. These various fragments, as we call them, may very well turn the tide of war in our favor. You see, much to our surprise, Master Geralt claims to have experience working with similar crystals and believes that memories contained within can be extracted. He is set to work on a means to do so, and assured us it won't be long before their secrets are revealed to us. With their weapons. I know, right, Omega Legion? Yeah, can we have the PSP version of Tactics on Steam? Please? Ahem. He'd be a true successor to the legacy of Gunhilder's blades. This assumes you're able to procure more of the fragments, of course. Judging by our scouts' report, it will not be an easy task. It would appear that wherever they can be found, formidable beasts are not far behind. Still, it may prove beneficial to rid the battlefield of such creatures, not only for the sake of our fellow soldiers, but for a chance to acquire any fragments that may be in the vicinity. I wish you the best of luck. Okay. So get a fragment, kill Fates. That's the tutorial thing. Is that everything? I think that is everything for now. So as much as I'd love to keep doing this, we're actually done for the moment. I was mostly wanting to show off the lead up and get the unlock. So I'm out. As soon as I figured out how to do that. Oh, hang on. I should attune. Squirrels for brains is exactly why, Final Cloud. I'm just saying. Really. Okay. A proper remake of Final Fantasy Tactics is something I would be incredibly in favor of. Alright. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, give me a second. That's true. We can only do 4.4 with 4 people for some reason. I guess I'll just go Gunbreaker. I'm trying to remember what that was. Is it under here? It is. Begin plus. Resume 4.4. Yes. Yeah, we actually tested that last night, Remedy's Exion. Just to be sure. Yeah, we smashed the burn into pulp, and I was distracted the entire time because I was working. I'm gonna assume it's here since it's not actually on my map. Yep, there's Alize. So, hey, it's Hoary Boulder! The best NPC in the game, purely based on his hairstyle. Behold its magnificence. Ahem. So. Meanwhile, in the past. Oh, Laura, if you're coming for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Ishtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is gathering intelligence on Imperial provinces, and Alphino is out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while I'm just meant to sit around waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons? I bear a message for the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods we have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of the Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Well, that's just us two right now. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your orders counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You're coming with me? Yeah, I got your back. Don't worry. I know how this goes. This is to be very clear, for those of you not familiar with the storyline, this is before we go to the other world entirely. In fact, I believe this is before people started passing out, but don't quote me on that. Passing out. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting should be better than nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make it ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Riol? Thancred's coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in, so he said to head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him at the Alamegan Quarter. Understood. Laura and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyways, and there's surely time before the council begins. Alize, you... I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who automatically assumed that this was leading into a Garlemald expansion. And then we went to another planet. Sound familiar? World of Warcraft. But for those of you not aware, I suppose I should clarify. Pandaria was a huge lead-up. Pandaria was the conclusion of the Horde versus Alliance conflict, which had been happening since Vanilla, and a huge lead-up for the Burning Legion, right? Like, all the pieces were in place, and all the lead-up was there. And then we went to Warlords. Then Legion happened. Thancred, who I don't think we've actually streamed at all in the last 3 days. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water from my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance.
Hold up. Is this when we're going to find out about the Black Rose that we just found out is no longer an issue?
But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the Shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire.
That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Domar has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
Hate that guy so much. I want to give him a negative whenever we review Stormblood.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that.
I forget his name, and frankly, I don't care. Jackass. Mr. Senpai, who hated his sister, I think.
Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
That I'm not sure about, Valvatrix.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin.
You'd know a lot about that, wouldn't you think, Rib?
But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Yes, Ishtola's true name is the Pern. Ahem. Loath, though I am to neglect preparations for council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I love it, by the way. I love the idea here. Alright, we're gonna do a big, heavy, deep political story. Just kidding! We're gonna go save Alphino. Ishtola's in Doma. I dare she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to that, I'll go report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you. Right now, to Doma. As it happens, I am still hearthed in Doma. Yeah, Alphino got lucky. Really lucky. Like, if we're being legit there, that is... Whew. He had Master Chief luck. Ishtola, I hardly recognized you without your different class change and outfit. curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you had told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ugh, excuse me. That's funny, Rex. Two faces from the dim and distant past. Actually, I'm from the future. You can tell because I'm wearing a class that didn't exist when this was happening. Come now, it hasn't been that long. 2 years. Who was it you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much a trace of with so much of a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of de-aspected crystals that manifest in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest than a liking to, I think. The sight of Mikote, or however you're supposed to pronounce that, with a peculiar contraption on her head, has proven a novelty in these parts. Any actual regard they have for me I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So the fact that they are object of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief? Correct. Such sacred relics, such as the Kojin, obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yosutsuyo being the most obvious example, she had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals and provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. Yeah, I was actually thinking about this recently. To my knowledge, we still don't have a long-term solution to the primal problem. Because it's just something that can happen, and other than, you know, chopping it off when it happens or noticing as it's happening, I don't think we really have a solution to that. Not yet, anyways. Friggin' primals. But I doubt you came all this way to hear what may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? Explain, explain, explain. Yeah, that's kind of my solution to Omega Legion. I think we talked about that last time we streamed this too. You know, a year and a half ago. If we successfully remove the need for summoning, then that will at least remove the immediacy of the threat. It'll always remain a threat, but at the very least, we will no longer have people who are actively trying to summon primals. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Ishtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Hi, Melissa GM. Now then, if there's nothing else, I shall go ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alice puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kien-Con. Kien-Con? Right from here. I mean, yeah, when we've actually done Bismarck, I think we've started tapping the well a little bit, you know. I should not have allowed Master Alphino to leave without an escort, but it avails not to dwell in the past. We must focus on what we can be done now. You know, I just realized everyone has to really crane their neck to look at me face to face. I just... There you are. I've appraised Hien of the situation. My report can wait. Finding Alphino must take priority. Greetings, my friend. Alize has explained it all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search. Even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn, of all places. Reward unobtainable in New Game Plus mode. Yep, that's not why I'm doing it. The region... Isn't Ixion in 14? No, I guess it isn't. I'm just thinking of the Lightning Horse. The Mount. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in... Oh, it is a Fate boss. Never mind, I was right. Occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land, teeming with life. But successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation of that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The Burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some sort of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alize. We have no choice but to take our search of the Burn. Given the considerable distance, 'tis best we went by bird. Lore and I have our yoles. Ugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? We shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there's an overlook. Pray join us there once you've seen to your preparations. You remember in, I think it was FF10-2 specifically, when they're like, oh my god, Ixion has merged with the Machina, and that's why it looks exactly the same, because we didn't update the model. Come on. There we go. Once you're possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland, no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. So, the Burn. Looks like Valvedrix is leader. At your leisure. Remember, unsynced. There we go. Excellent. Viewing cutscene. Oh, I was gonna say, who hasn't seen the Burn cutscene? Yeah, I actually have felt several times, and this is a good time to talk about this, that the Burn was actually foreshadowing for the first, or wherever we go. The world of Shadowbringers. Yeah, I guess this is a good time to rate the Burn. I mean, I literally did this last night, but I've done this at level several times, so let's judge as we go, shall we? I admit there is one part of the last boss which pisses me off, which is gonna ding it on points a bit. Raid XXO. Thank you for asking. Hello? Rydia's fine. Rydia's mom, not so much. sploosh. Convenient hole. First boss. So this guy is a relatively simple encounter, but decent enough. This guy plays with the idea of destructible cover, basically. Which boils down to the same kind of idea they did all the way back in the Crystal Tower with the Hein fight, if you remember that. I'm not gonna bother. Hit me. I'm ready. I feel like I've seen the Mist Dragon in something else. But don't quote me on that. You know my policy, Rax. I'm just passing on everything. Not that you can hear me right now. Because I have the game sound on. You probably don't want to hear that. Oh yeah, no, this is nice. Like I said, we literally did a test of this dungeon last night. Pretty similar setup, too. Oh, gotcha, Mega Legion. Dude, the last boss of this dungeon can go to hell. I will have to decide if it warrants a negative. I really will have to decide that. I know exactly what that boss is like at level. Hell, I know what that boss is like under geared. Because I was the healer for that run. The biggest problem, I think, is there's the indicator of... There's one specific phase, it's when the mist is everywhere. The indicator of where he's going to hit, and the penalty for failure. So the indicator is too vague, and the penalty for failure is too harsh. I think that right there is why I would consider a negative for the Mist Dragon. This is, by contrast, this is a fun one. Nothing super complex. That's fun. See if he even does his phase at all. Zone Ender. Yeah, sorry. Did I say Zone Eater? Whatever. Alright, who isn't passing on gear? Calling you out, whoever you are. So there's the worm corpse that was just referenced. Now, if we saw more of this, I think, you know, visually, I think this would be much cooler, but I think this is mostly prototype terrain design for the empty. And, of course, what we would eventually do with Shadowbringers. But we'll get back to that later. Don't worry, we'll be going back to the empty. There. That's the first worm. I mean, we know what caused this. Overusage of summoning, which led to an etheric drought. And this is what happens when you have, you know, matter that is absent ether. So anyways, this guy. Face girl. Yeah, at some point I'll have to turn cutscenes back on. I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure someone will help me with that. Dead. So what you missed is he has two other moves before he hits she hits her Fane Shade. First, she'll lock someone in a thing. You gotta break them out of that. Second, she'll go into the middle, start channeling, and there will be these 3 spots which you have to kill. This is actually a cool mechanic. What'll happen is the range, the telegraph in the middle, will slowly expand and expand and expand the longer the things are up. Once you sufficiently destroy those things, then it'll stop expanding and you'll now have a safe spot in the end. The final thing, and the phase that sucks, the one that is actually making me debate the possibility of a negative for this fight, is when all of this basically goes away and so your visibility goes down to this. And she will just occasionally charge through and absolutely murder you. In some cases, literally one-shotting you. Depending on what she hits. So that's neat. That's fun stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Character, first menu. What's a transportation cutscene? You know what? I don't know why I'm being generous about this. Negative to gameplay. The burn. Moving on. What? If I'm going to give a plus for bosses and for dungeons, I'm also going to give a negative for bosses and dungeons. That's how that works.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
Actually, yes, Omega Legion is the answer to your question. Fortunately, I know them well enough that I can just do that by memory. I've also done several of them recently while leveling. But yes is the answer to your question.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Hello, Zalog.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphinaud is his prisoner?
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphinaud is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphinaud is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Yes, a nod counter would literally break the counter. Forgive me, I need a moment. From present evidence, we have no reason to fear the worst. More than that, I cannot say. We're no closer to establishing Master Alphinaud's whereabouts, and the suggestion of an Imperial plot only compounds matter. We have much to consider. That's true, Omega Legion. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I found myself almost hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due for a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after a little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you, then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could be failed to be impressed by the mere presence of the Scions. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it'll be useful. Those. It just means Ixion looked more like a zebra than anything else.
Lys, what brings you here?
And indeed, why brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Explain.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Dude, we just keep building nations.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Doma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Don't worry, Alphino's been through countless trials and has come out stronger every time. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. The Alliance would extend an invitation to Doma bespeaks the depths of their concern, nor are they misguided. If Garlemald has fallen under Ascian control, the threat we face is incalculable. Yugiri assures me of the tasks searching is best left to her comrades. I shall trust to their expertise and focus on what must need to be done. While we are happy to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance, there are many things Doma must do alone. My advisor and I will presently convene to discuss the matters of Doma's defenses. You're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. Hope you enjoyed Y'shtola. That's pretty much her experience in all of this, well, Stormblood expansion. Anyways, thank you for coming, Lise. I know it does seem to be a time to run anything does there, but I did get to see a little of the Enclave, and you've made excellent progress. Soon you'll have a chance to see how we're getting on, too. Till the meeting, then. Laura, can I have a word in private? I must be misremembering then Omega Legion. That's fine. I accept that. I didn't even stream, like, anything prior to the actual launch. And streaming tends to ingrain things into my memory. Hey, Zira, you got a little... Hildebrand doesn't count. Hildebrand never counts. Huh. Okay. Well, whenever we do Heaven's Word, which is the next expansion on the books... Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I want to talk about. Alize, she's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. Not like me. The thing about people like us is we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limo. And now I have friends in the Resistance, and Alize has you in the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. She's a good friend. And when I see her like this, I can't help but worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Yeah, I got her back. As long as she... Up! As long as she doesn't crush on me, we're cool. Thank you, Lord. Goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you need only ask. Could you have a good character arc? Checking. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I literally can't ether tie while I'm in New Game Plus mode. You know, what's funny is I'm pretty sure this place is supposed to look a lot more wrecked than this because, you know, I've actually been doing the Doman restoration. We should have done a nod counter. It'd be in the like hundreds or so at this point. Like, not hundreds, but like over 100 at this point. There you are, my friend. Everyone's assembled. Let us begin. That would be very fitting, Omega Legion. Boss shows up.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri. And correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea.
What if we... Hear me out, hear me out. Invent replicators.
'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
I actually forgot about this tidbit.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Well...
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
So anybody who is in group, who is also in stream, I have a question. At some point, preferably on camera, I would like to do... the Twinning, Academia Igniter, and the first Eden's Gate, if you're amenable. The rest I can pretty much presuminate, but I want to re-experience those on camera, preferably. Sorry, I've been splitting my attention a little bit here between the cutscene and, you know, reviewing the dungeons and raids I've already done in my head. But those ones I have some question marks, and I'd rather just do them again. And Eden will be last, by the way, for reasons that'll probably be self-apparent when the schedule lines up properly. My apologies, I won't be joining you. I'm no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of use, but more importantly, it seems to me the ruins and the burn warrant investigation. So, while you're away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust no objections. Have fun. But yes, we're making some yacht. Because Iblis. Just the three of us then. Very well, shall we make first for a reunion? The job quest reviews I am comfortable with sitting on until all of those are added to New Game Plus. Because I'm at intermittent steps for all the jobs, with one notable exception, the one I do plan to do for this particular review. Dancer. By Eden, I mean Eden. Whatever that is. It's listed under normal raids, but I'm just gonna do Eden. Again. And you probably know what I mean when I say we'll probably do that later. But yeah, we'll get there. So this is Azim Steppe. My tales do not do it justice. If you think of the view impressive here, wait until we get to higher ground. Is she about to reject someone's romantic overtures, by the way? Is that the scene we're leading into here? Okay. Just wanted to make sure we are where I thought we are in the narrative.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, To these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
What's funny is, you guys probably remember this upcoming scene most for the meme factor that I just referenced. I remember it most for the fact that I was doing this on a class that was not well suited to it, and had a very slow, long, sloggy encounter. It was rather aggravating, like most of Stormblood was to me. Anyways. This time we're a gunbreaker, and, well, we need to test how this works. I'm actually quite curious how it will work, since we know we can do dungeons at max doom. We'll be curious how it scales us. I imagine it will scale us down, and that will suck. But that's expected. Anime, gum-gum. Ian, Lore, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter we discussed with the mall. The steps, the lands, it affects us all! A shard of shining moon? And you need this to protect the lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, the northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There I believe you will find what you seek. Ah yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, those who are revere Nam above all else. To them the pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are likely to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. This is my concern. But it's by no means certain the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire, might you first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those from whom I would join hands. Thank you for understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Sure. Oh, there it is. What's funny is I have a very distinct memory of not having an easy mode, but it's possible I missed some menu prompt somewhere when I died and had to do it over again. Either that or the fights before this, and I'm misremembering its location. Thought I saw Ruby weapon there for a second. False alarm.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
I don't know why, but I feel like I'm being stalked for some reason. Is that a new outfit? I mean, new. But a different outfit might be a better word choice. You found that which we seek? Great indeed it is that the Dusk Mother's... Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not else will suffice to protect our lands, then the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Which tribes shall we appeal to? Well, there are many who worship Namba, but none so fervently as the Detharal. Their consent shall be key. The Detharal least spoke of them. Warlike, possessed of unique customs and belief. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it'll be worth the effort. The Detharal fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance with them greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to the Detharal Ka. It's better than that, Sylvan's outfit. The pink and green one. Yeah. Meanwhile, I can't see whenever Rax is nearby. One of these days, I'll have a glowy weapon. One of these days. Maybe. I may not, at the rate I'm going. I have so many other things to do that farming light is a low priority, and I don't heal that often. And I have no idea what's going to be required to get my gun to glow. And guess I do have the Paladin one, but I think I'm at like an off step right now with the Paladin one. I've actually forgotten where I'm at with the Paladin chain right now. It was up for some reason. Alright, hands up. How many people fell off of that thing? I admit to nothing. You again. Other matters demand our time, unless it is battle you seek. Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. I mean, we had too sloggy with ARR and too fast with Boja. I never actually did the Stormblood one. I never even started it. I just didn't have the interest at that point. Talking, talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They're the source of Nama's strength. To the Detharl, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who will defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition. You will join hands with us. I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and I will allow it, but for leaving the step to fight the men in the iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you! The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, Lore, without distractions. Defeat me, prove you're the stronger, and you shall have the Detharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. That's not a wholly unexpected turn of events, though I assumed I would be the one to fight, but alas, she has made her choice. Shall we dance? You notice we're suddenly getting a lot more now that we're technically back in Stormblood. I'm not even sure if I actually walked into Eureka. I was really de-invested in Stormblood. I know I've said this before, but you gotta understand, I basically just half-heartedly barely limped through Stormblood, and only then because Shadowbringers was coming out. Like, I put the game down in Stormblood. What? I mean, it's not like WoW hasn't had things like that for me, too. Oh. Huh. Interesting. We'll do normal, for obvious reasons, but it's nice that that's an option right there in the menu, before we even start it.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Harn.
That's how you pronounce that?
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Detharl. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight! In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Apparently, fighting me is pure bliss. Oh no. You know, that wouldn't even surprise me, Rex. Legitimately. Like, they actually said we have some kind of ethereal current that makes people actually enjoy themselves simply by fighting us. Would not surprise at all. Actually, that does not make sense, Gum Gum. Because you can lift a pebble, but you cannot lift a Star Destroyer. Or to quote X-Men, your powers are a muscle.
In death do our souls sing!
Exactly. I was actually thinking of that, Gum Gum. Whoops.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
I do like her skin. Very drow.
Come! We have only just begun!
Oh, for God's sakes.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing.
This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Orinir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Just kiss already, God.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Someone asked earlier if I like Ian as a character. I'm not sure I would say I like him. I don't think I dislike him either.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
I'm completely ambivalent to him, I think. Every time I think I don't like him, he does something that impresses me, and every time I think I start to like him, he pisses me off.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
So, by the way, remember how I mentioned I died on this and had to redo it? If you die at any step, you have to redo the whole thing. Guess where I died? Hey, Ian, could you tank a little bit better? Thought about it, Remedy's Exion, but I'd rather not risk it if that's okay with you. No, I got this. I got this, Bellatrix, I got this. I've already got him to 63% health. We got this. We got this. It's called focusing fire, Ian. I know you don't know what tactics are because you're a moron. It's okay. I'm actually curious what happens here. He's probably going to stop at 1 health. What do you want to bet?
You Lord, die!
Ian can live. He's a samurai. He's fine. I've seen anime before. He's going to pull out his sword, and simply the act of pulling out the sword will cleave the nearby mountain. Okay. Ooh, that takes some mana. I'm surprised Ian actually shifted targets. I'm legitimately surprised by that.
Bow down before me!
Look at the guy in front of me, game.
Kill or die!
See you around, Ghost Jay. You know, I gotta be real. Your DPS has gotta be terrible, Ian. If the healer is holding aggro off of you.
Bow down before me!
Just saying.
Heal or die! Bow down before me!
Dang, would you stop with that?
Tremble before the sun!
Oh, right. I forgot this is the final phase thing. Okay,
Let us be about it!
Ether! To me!
Oh, I didn't know that, Rex. Huh. Now, whatever.
Have at you!
Now that you said that, Valvagers.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
No, I will not marry you.
'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Ishtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Step folk. I would say, to my knowledge, we've never actually gone back here in lore. Not to the point I'm at. But yeah, I want you to imagine dying as Ishtola to that fight. Oh no, it wasn't a death, was it? It was a disconnect. Something happened and having to do the whole damn thing over again as an astrologian. Yeah. Yep. We did it. We got record. We got proof. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I don't think it was death. I think it was actually a disconnect, now that I'm remembering that. Because, I don't know if you remember this, Valvedrix, but I used to have regular disconnect issues back when I was on Comcast. So for those of you not aware, I used to have that issue constantly. Like, it would just happen. I think I mapped it out at one point to be an average of once every, like, 45 minutes or something like that. It was a huge issue. Which, did not improve my overall opinion of the game. On the matter of Nama's power in the Alliance, the gods have remained silent. That is their way of telling us to choose with our hearts. Well, okay, I guess then. We have required consent. Let's put the power to use. If we had an emote, a Comcast emote. Yep, oh, let's go. There is no darkness in me. Oh, she still hasn't said. Okay. Okay, there's a little bit of darkness. Un poquito. Don't worry, I'm not a little sun. I'm a little moon. Ishtola and him, or I can't remember her name in Magni. I'm not a Star Destroyer. Actually, no, I'm totally a Star Destroyer. Although I'm a lot more a Star Destroyer after Shadowbringers. Sadu, that's her name. Like right now we're like a dreadnought or a victory class. We're getting there, you know, we're getting there. So, I'm never having kids. Is this what I'm hearing, Ishtola? Which I don't mind, but Hien might mind because, you know, he kind of needs an heir.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I mean, at this point, we're still 8. So, that's fair. We are still very strong. We're just not to the point where we are 9. Okay, yacht created. Yeah, one of the things I'm pretty sure I mentioned, either out loud or in thought, back during the previous run, was how the game does a nice job of comparing the Amarosians to Omega. Like, Omega was very high tier. And what Omega, this super mega death doom destructo weapon, was capable of doing was something everyone back in Amarat could do. That's some scaling right there. Yeah, exactly, Omega Legion. It's just terrifying to think about. What's the strongest thing in FF14? Probably us at this point. However, if we were to discount us, I would say Emmet Selk, which isn't really valid anymore. Below Emmet, well, I'm not sure. That's true. Midgar's armor kinda counts, but I don't know. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well. Yeah, Elidibus was actually my other thought. He's certainly in the running for the top tier, regardless if he actually has the top slot. Taro and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure the field generators work as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the berm at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Just leave just the matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fare you with the neighbors? My lord, all the factions we approached are in agreement the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. Sounds like a good anime to bind people together, am I right? Former Hingashi and Sui Nasoto, however, have received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there's not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable, I will personally send a missive. Once I have attended to that, I believe we'll have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which... No, that has the opposite effect, Drax. All of which means we can leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help, and for that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in Alamigan Quarter by now. Let's not keep him waiting then, shall we? Oh yeah, while we're on the subject, by the way. the actual answer for the strongest thing in this setting is probably Lavos. You can put me on record for saying that, by the way. I predicted that a year and a half ago, and honestly, I have seen nothing to change my mind on it. I am actually legitimately very curious if there's going to be any Lavos whatever thing in the patch content that will probably be starting tomorrow. Maybe today. We're making good pace. We're making good pace. Ishtola has told me, yes, and I told Ryanja and Kryl. But yes, the sound, that's exactly what I'm referencing. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything can be done is done. She agreed to continue her own tasks for the time being, on the condition I contact her the moment there's any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Aren Vald is here to assist the security, incidentally, although the poor lad seems too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. It's almost time. Let's go. Accept the invite. I would prefer Lavos over Genova. I know there's similarities between the two, but Lavos is wonderfully alien and monstrous, and I love it. As a side note, I do have a out-of-character analysis reason for thinking it's Lavos. The overwhelming majority of what we've encountered in this game has all been internal stuff. That is to say, stuff that's from the planet, or one of the original planet, right? The Ascians and the Spread and the Shard and all that fun stuff. The Primals. There's the dragons, we've referenced. There's Omega. But my point being, if they're going to go a direction of something that could challenge the Ascians, having it be something alien makes a fairly large amount of sense to me. And that is really what Lavos is in so many ways. It is a truly alien, inhuman power. So, anyways. This is going to be a long one. Hang on, I'm going to take a very quick stretch break before we start this one. In terms of actual difficulty, like assuming you're playing the first time through, Lavos is a properly well-designed, difficult boss fight. It's also the hardest boss in the whole game. As it should be. Like, when we review Chrono Trigger, Lavos is getting some pluses, I'm just saying. The fight, I mean. Yeah, we're probably gonna break for lunch, aka go level dancer after this.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
For the record, she's probably my favorite of the city-state leaders. I am biased because Ul'dah economics politics, but it's interesting to see someone like her who has had the position that she's had for so long. Like, I don't want to go into it because it's complicated, but it's beautiful the way she is not weak, but at the same time, she's not strong either. It's cool. Anyways.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
Also true, Remedy Zexion. I do also like Roban. That probably helps.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
There's my other favorite leader, faction leader right there, by the way.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the East.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations.
Minor point. I've always liked this. This was true all the way back in FF14 1.0. By the way, good morning, Lunarith. This is true all the way back in 1.0. The Garlean Empire just has the men, the material, the technology edge to be, by themselves, capable of taking on everyone else and having a pretty good chance of winning. I know that sounds like a weird thing to enjoy, but that dynamic has always lent itself to some interesting politics and some interesting storytelling. Again, going all the way back to 1.0. Just wanted to jump into that really quick. It's also why it's been so interesting that the Garleans have been breaking apart more and more as time has gone on. And if you were paying attention to the earlier scene, which happens 2 years after this, it's the fact that the Garlean Empire is currently undergoing a civil war. The biggest, strongest nation in the planet, which can take on every other nation by itself, is going through a civil war. Stuff like that. That's interesting. Anyways, thank you, Lateralis. Oh, excuse me, yes, that is actually the second Civil War. I actually forgot about that, because the other one was resolved... Oh, God, when was that? I remember that. I think that was in between the two, wasn't it? But that's why we got the breathing room. Is because they were fighting each other. And then, well... Okay, it was back in... So it was resolved in 2.3, that's right. But I'm right, aren't I? That's why we had the breathing room for... 2.0 to happen. Anyways, thank you, Lateralis. If you know where you want to put that sub, please let me know. Here it is. Yeah, he spat on... I'm pretty sure the spit was because they had a story idea that they ended up not following through on. We all do that sometimes, right? We have ideas, and so we lay threads because we want foreshadowing, and then we either change our minds, or change writers, or forget. And so... Congrats, Kemek.
But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Another thing I like about FF14, by the way, it is entirely too common that the players and occasionally the main characters, like the Scions, you know, the main party, know what's going on, and no one believes them. If you don't understand why I'm phrasing this, allow me to try and explain this differently. Reapers, we have dismissed this claim. There's certain logic to it, but it's always grated me. It's always pissed me off when fiction pulls that card. Yeah, I hate Cassandra truths. So it's just, it's a nice, refreshing thing that most of the leaders of state, to whom we are personal allies, by the way, actually believe us about what's going on here.
Indeed.
Hell, that was in Halo 4, for God's
All
sake.
here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
But we will have an excellently cool boss fight that's unfortunately very easy.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Knights of the Nine, or whatever it's called, Remedies Exion. I forget his damn name. It's the last boss. It's actually like the fourth to last boss of Heavensward.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
And yeah, Thornton, sorry. It's such a cool fight, and the weapons look awesome. I keep debating buying one. But, yeah, when we did that, synced, but obviously we did it legit back in the day, we just absolutely curb stomped it. It was funny.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the Shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
See, that's the funny thing about those. You can just spread rumors around. That's how that works. And the more interesting that rumor is, true or false, the more it will spread.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
So here's us trying to provoke a civil war.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from the Second War of Succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I was gonna say, some of you may or may not remember this, or I remember this wrong. Some of you may or may not know this, but Rome, most of Rome, the Roman empires, didn't have rules of succession at all. They had things that they sometimes did, and there were traditions which they sometimes followed, but they didn't actually have rules of succession. Sound familiar?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Is that the first one? I think it is.
That way. Sorrow.
Could you wait like 5 minutes? Here. Damn it.
History must be changed.
Yeah, Grahatia has sent you a friend request. I don't understand.
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
I'm sorry, I gotta just jump in here. I want you to imagine that you're a head of state. And I want you to imagine that you're sitting alongside 4 genuine heroes, one of which is probably one of the most powerful beings walking around your planet right now. And one of them is like, oh, God, my brain. I can't think straight. What would be your reaction to that? You'll notice, if you're paying attention, all of the leaders are actually on their feet right now.
Master Thancred!
Have a good 5 years, Thancred.
For Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Yeah, exactly. TV Collapso.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
It's funny, is we've only gotten the answer to that question today with the 5.1 question.
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
God, Zero.
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
I'm sorry, really quick. What's the name of the other world? I can't remember it. I know it's Norvrand. I guess I just put Norvrand. The first, thank you.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
Basically, yes,
That
Takoida.
Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea.
It's either that or we considered Thancred our biggest bro of the various people who got taken with, so... Take your pick on that one.
The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
So, obviously, we're past this point, so I don't really feel the need to avoid spoilers. He was specifically trying to summon us. And the spell wasn't proper? No, he was the furthest away from us, actually, Steve from HR. The spell wasn't proper. So... he ended up grabbing them instead. Oh, him, I should say, Thancred. Sorry, spoilers, he'll grab others, too, before we end up heading over there as well.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend.
Well...
Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
I mean, he had the Alagan tech, and Sid's assistance, and the tower, and a few centuries of development to build on that. But what I've always taken that to mean, personally, Omega Legion, is that our curve overtook the Ascians' curve. If I'd explain that a little bit. The Ascians don't really get stronger. They actually were already pretty much at peak strength. But it's been my opinion that we've been doing this over time. And I think that in the future, when Garaha does his time shenanigans, we as a people, as an organization, have actually surpassed what they could, thus leading to these events.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
frankly, I think Emmett seeing that is why he decided to work with us throughout Shadowbringers. He saw where the curve was. He saw it was on the upswing, like here, and he was like, okay. Let's try something different. One of his lines of dialogue that's always stuck in my head across, the year and a half since I played it was, my offer was genuine. I tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare hope he possesses some knowledge we do not. Urianger, something happened to the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice started... What? But we should talk in person. We'll meet you there. It's Urianger. He heard the voice too. Thanolin? As we alone reflected the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there could be little doubt the scions were targeted specifically. By whom and what is the question, but we will never find out. Meanwhile, Lise is just getting the crap beaten out of her. As she should. I actually don't hate Lise all that much. I don't like her, but I don't hate her. I just meme. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Yeah, she's just kind of there. She doesn't really have much of an arc, in my opinion. And what's there? All three of you beating up. Oh my god. Nope, she's out. She's gone. Meanwhile, the best character in the game over there. God, no kidding, Omega Legion.
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to.
This was probably the best moment right here.
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
You're missing Graha.
No!
Graha, I'm right here. No, not over there.
Ishtola! Urianger!
A little more to the left.
Throw wide the gates.
The reason I say this is the best moment, and this is brilliant, is our two most intelligent and studied researchers of ether and magic and teleport knowledge, the two people who are most likely to puzzle together what's happening, just got removed from the equation.
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
I mean, no offense, Alize, you're awesome, and I like you as a character, but if I need someone to process something, to figure out something, you're not the first person I'm going to call. I always assumed open wide the gate was the trigger word. You know, most spells have a specific incantation that pulls the spell out. Like, you build up to the spell, and you build up the energy of the spell, and then you say something, and that actually is the trigger. That was my assumption. I have no idea, of course. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. Ah, it happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is a true Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstance, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades. Yeah, we need to get Kryl and Matoya on this immediately. Hori is still a bro, by the way. First things first. Our comrades have questions. May I ask you to explain the situation to them? I must attend a private matter. Yeah, I love that, by the way. It took him 2 years to cast the spell again. I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Laminsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Sure. I was actually just thinking, this could have gone so much worse than it did. Hey, don't worry, Thancred. Soon the Warrior of Light will be here. Now, let's... Oh! Y'shtola. Urianger. It's so good to see you. Huh. Well, maybe you can help me figure out the spell better for the next time. Which, I think that is actually what happened. Yep, Y'shtola was exactly how I'm not gonna be creepy. She's hot, okay? What do you want from me? Now I want to see Urianger. Wait, that'd just be like looking in a mirror. Never mind. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we came to see. The private hero bring him to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit him as often as I can, and after work with all our friends, I was taken the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Avert thine eyes, mine body most bare, laidest before thee. Under diminished circumstances.
Here he is, my lady.
I hope we help poor Boo here.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. if he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you.
Kobolds or goblins or whatever they're called,
We
apparently.
promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. And for that, I am grateful. I don't know what I would do without you.
Just don't crush on me, that's all I ask. I got your back, though.
Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Oh, that sucks, Dakota. I do hope you recover as soon as is available. And as smoothly. And get some rest. Maybe some hot soup. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Honestly, I'll take the Rising Stones over the other place we don't talk about any day of the week. By the way, you may notice that I am overwhelmingly positive towards this game. And I don't hesitate in admitting that. But just like with Tor, I guarantee you when we start reviewing other aspects of this game, this score will go down. Or rather, there will be negatives added on top of it. Yeah. Although, interestingly enough, we continue to remain tied on gameplay. 15 pluses and 15 negatives so far. I was actually just rereading my Tor review while one of the cutscenes was playing to jog my memory for things, and I'm pretty much up to date. I think we've done a good job of tracking. The only things I want to check now are the raid, which is Eden's Gate, which we'll do when we get there, and the two dungeons, Twinning and Academia, which I don't have strong memories of those. That's why I want to rerun them. And I'd rather do that on camera if I can, so. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hora is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both stricken. I'll begin searching the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues as well. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for good, some not so, but all around me people continue the fight. From the shinobi who search Alphino, to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of greater adversity, facing heavy burdens. Everyone's playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise you'll visit from time to time. Yeah, honestly, I feel like this will be exactly flipped when it comes to WoW. A nearly tied story and a massively positive gameplay. That is prediction, of course. I don't know. So, meanwhile, as a fresh reminder for those of you not familiar, that's not actually Xenos, that is Elidibus.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment.
When did Elidibus first show up? Because it was way back in ARR, I think.
And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
I hope I end up liking him as a character, because so far he's neither a positive nor negative, whereas Emmett Selk, who has much less screen time, was many positives.
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave. Father.
Fair remedy. Elidibus has been stretched thin, whereas Emmett Selk was all condensed. And awesome. Hey, there's the twins. I don't think I ever saw them in this cutscene before.
I should be the one to sigh.
Speaking of...
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to Lahabrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err.
I love the twins just staring at him in shock there. You see them on the side.
If threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. be it by your own hands or by your armies. You have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
Ain't that the truth?
To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
What I like best about that is Varys had to have been raising the weapon to shoot him.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
And Emmett had to have seen that coming. He just really didn't care.
Man is the master of his own destiny.
Like, I love that implication. I mean, he could have just, if he would, but I like my idea better, because the idea of him just being like...
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
I was going to say, he is far more cordial and respectful to us than he is to Varys. Plus for Emmett Silk. Wait, I've already given many pluses to Emmett Silk. Meanwhile... Oh, there's good Garleans. There's one right there. I suppose that's a variable. That's a neutral Garlean. But there are good Garleans, yes. Yes, Sid is the obvious answer. Yeah, Maxima's glasses guy, right? Dead, yet no wounds or evidence of battle. Nero just wanted his senpai, okay? Is that so wrong? Oh wait, yes it is. Damn, they finally used it. The fog, or ghost, or... black, that's it, the Black Rose. It's not quite a chemical weapon, it's actually worse than that. That's the funny part. I'm really glad they kind of nipped that in the bud. They spent how long? Basically, like, half an expansion building up and then building up the Black Rose, and several quests dealing with it, and then, nah, it's done. It's gone. I'm not complaining. I never liked the Black Rose as a plot element. I really hope to gain with this butchery. Can they not see a rule one with terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait, this is not the work of men, but monsters, the Asians. It cannot be a coincidence their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. They need more John Delancey in their lives, and honestly, who can blame them? Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. Probably Rags. Are we still on? Well, I'm gonna break for lunch. Because we're 20 minutes into my lunch break here. Again. So, I'll see you guys in about an hour.